Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Putting Patients First. I'm Jillian Corliss. I am the Senior Manager of Indigenous Partnerships at Michael Smith Health Research BC. And I'm joined by my colleague Sara from the BC Support Unit at Health Research BC. Together, we would like to open our time here in a good way. Let's begin with gratitude by acknowledging the beautiful, unceded, and ancestral lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We also acknowledge the diverse First Nations across British Columbia who have inherent rights rooted in the connection to their lands and waters, which have never been surrendered. In the spirit of reconciliation, we aim to practice cultural safety, value Indigenous ways of knowing, and respect the rights of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples.
Thank you, Jillian. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sara Lima-Branco, and I'm the project specialist for the BC Support Unit. I'd like now to invite Dr. Elder Roberta Price and Elder Delia Nahani to the stage. I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Elder Roberta Price today. We're privileged to have a long-standing relationship with Dr. Elder Roberta. In fact, this marks the 6th year that Dr. Elder Roberta has given us the honor of starting our conference day in the good way. She has joined us multiple times over the years for Putting Patients First, and when she wasn't able to attend, she took great care in connecting us with another elder. For over 30 years, Dr. Elder Roberta Price has actively shared her leadership, wisdom, and teachings at UBC and throughout the Lower Mainland to assist both Indigenous and non-Indigenous community members to achieve improved outcomes in healthcare. A member of the Coast Salish Nanaimach and Cowichan Nations, she has been instrumental in helping to create shared spaces for both Indigenous and Western approaches to healing and health. Her ongoing involvement and leadership in research projects have been key to the continued work of decolonizing healthcare and creating cultural safety and equity for Indigenous patients. In 2021, Dr. Elder Roberta was honored the Honorary Doctor of Laws for her accomplishments and advocacy. I'm also very pleased to introduce Elder Delia Nahani. Elder Nahani is a proud representative of both the Nisga'a and Squamish nations in British Columbia. With degrees in psychology and social work from the University of British Columbia, she exemplifies a strong commitment to education and community service. Currently, she serves as the elder in residence at Capilano University, where her extensive knowledge and experience inspire and empower students. As a vital member of the Indigenous Peoples Engagement and Research Council, she actively drives forward important Indigenous initiatives. Additionally, her role on the board of directors for the Kilala Lelam Clinic underscores her unwavering dedication to the health and well-being of her communities. Elder Nahani passionately shares her culture through song and dance with the Chinook Songcatchers, embodying her late father, Chief Cheater Moore OBC's belief that the best way to learn is to participate. Dr. Elder Roberta and Elder Delia, we are grateful for your guidance and knowledge as we collaborate, connect, and learn together today at Putting Patients First 2026. Welcome.
Haichkasiem, as taught to me by my elders in the Coast Salish territory. The people who traveled the furthest are the first people to speak and open on the floor, as well as being lovingly married into the Squamish Nation. So I pass this over to my dear sister, Elder Delia, and then she'll pass it back to me. Osiem, Osiem. Thank you, Elder Delia.
Right here? Okay. Can you hear me? Osiem, Osiaya, Nath Quinn Delgamha, Krisaman, Aslahan, Okomeo. Halfsquile, to all of you, good morning. I would like to welcome you to the ancestral lands of Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. We are honored to have you. May our ancestors guide and care for you in these lands as you do your business. We ask our ancestors to step aside as we do the work for the living. I'm going to sing for you a song that was written by Sequoia. Sequoia was, she held our teachings very strong. She's one of the last people to be living at Stanley Park. And this is Sequoia's song, and it's called Greeting of the Day.
Thank you so much, Elder Delia. Haichkasiem, as taught to me by my elders in the Coast Salish territory, when you put on parts of your regalia or your full regalia, as you see some of our elders, knowledge keepers, cultural teachers do. What you are doing, our elders teach us, what you are doing is you are giving a notice, you are giving an indication to the Creator and the ancestors that you're going to share some important words and perhaps share in some ceremony. So you see, my dear sister, Elder Delia has a beautiful, beautiful regalia gifted to her from the Squamish Nation. So beautiful, and has her drum. I've placed a cedar headband on my head, taken out my sacred cedar boughs and my eagle feather wand to give that respectful notice and indication that we will share some important words and share in ceremony. So thank you everyone for listening to the teachings of our ancestors. Haichka, Haichka Siem Siaya, greetings and welcome everyone. As Coast Salish matriarch and elder, I wish to give a very warm thank you to all my relatives on the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh for welcoming me to live in the unceded lands of my relatives, Musqueam, in Richmond, going on 46 years now. As Coast Salish matriarch and elder, I wish to give each and every one a very warm welcome who live, work, and play, teach and learn, give and receive service. Celebrate this beautiful conference day on our unceded, ancestral, and occupied lands of my relatives, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh. Always holding my hands up in honor and thanks to my beautiful mentor teaching elders. Elder Vince Stogan from Musqueam, Elder Bob George from Tsleil-Waututh, to always follow in their mentoring footsteps, their mentoring teachings, to always share a blessing and a prayer whenever we come together. Thank you everyone again for listening to the teachings of our ancestors. So I'd like to respectfully honor one of the 30 elders that I had the grace and the blessing to be cared for, prayed over, and loved unconditionally. One of the beautiful elders that I work with, learned from, mentored by, for over 25 years, loves to share the teachings of Elder Fred John, who always taught us about the healing of Mother Earth. He always shared we must take care, kind care of Mother Earth, because Mother Earth will heal us. I'll share a quick experience with you. Always going to my elders in my early years, crying my tears out, thinking my elders are going to solve the world for me, had a workplace issue, was feeling very, very hurt, and I went to Elder Fred. He had that big, gigantic drum, and he was just finishing a circle with that drum. So I'm crying away my tears to Elder Fred, and our elders always sit quietly and listen. We listen to what is being shared with us. After some silence, Elder Fred said to me, "Roberta, Mother Earth will heal you, Roberta. Mother Earth will heal you." He said, "I want you to step outside." We were right beside a field. "Step right outside in that field out there, Roberta. Take your shoes and socks off and place your feet into Mother Earth. Mother Earth will heal you, Roberta." I have to share with you, as taught to me by my beautiful elders, and I share those teachings out there, when you are given a direction, a guidance by an elder, you do not follow it. You do not argue. You do not say no. But I have to share with you, everyone, it was my mind that resisted. My mind resisted. You know why? It happened to be a very cold, freezing November day. My mind resisted, but I knew I had to follow Elder Fred's teaching. So I went out in that field, I gingerly took off my shoes and socks, I placed my feet into Mother Earth just like Elder Fred shared with me. As I did that, the coolness of that Mother Earth shot up through my feet, up my legs, right to the top of my head. I felt like I had a little bit of a dip in the river. And as I put my shoes and socks back on to go in to thank my beautiful mentor teacher, Elder Fred, have to share with you whatever it was I was crying about totally evaporated up into the universe. So we listen respectfully and kindly to the teachings of our elders. So I would like to share Elder Fred's teaching with you this morning as I share the blessing and the prayer. Elder Fred, when he had us in those teaching circles with him indoors, he would say, everyone, we can still ground ourselves to Mother Earth even though we're inside, even though there's a floor, maybe 4 or 5 floors up, foundation beneath the building, we can still ground ourselves to Mother Earth, Elder Fred would teach us. So I kindly and respectfully ask you to follow in those teachings as I share the blessing and the prayer. Elder Fred would all have us place both feet firmly onto the floor, both feet firmly onto the floor. Elder Fred would share with us, open up the palms of your hands, place the palms of your hands on your knees and press them into the floor to ground yourself to Mother Earth. Elder Fred would share as I share the blessing and the prayer. Thank you again, everyone. Osiem, Osiem. Haichka, Haichka, Osiem, Osiem. We give you many, many thanks, Creator, for bringing us all together here today in person and virtually in such a warm, loving, and respectful way. We ask, Creator, that you bless the ones who are away due to illness or other obligations. Bless the ones yet to join us. Help them to join safely. We call upon you, Creator, to bring your blessings down upon our minds, our hearts, our bodies, our spirits. So when we think our thoughts, they are good, positive, and respectful. When we speak our words, they are good, positive, and respectful. And we call upon you, Creator, to bless the people who have prepared the food and drink, serve the food and drink. Bless the food and drink we put in to nourish our bodies on our journeys to wellness and strength. We also give you kind thanks and many blessings down upon all the beautiful people who have worked on the front lines, behind the scenes, setting up for the conference, with the technology, with the support for everything we're going to do in the conference. We ask for those blessings and thanks, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring special blessings of protection down upon all the beautiful people who are working so very hard in so many ways, in so many places during this pandemic, for all illnesses, for the safe delivery of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and especially for the ongoing opioid crisis. Continue to bless and protect them and their families, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring very special blessings of protection and healing down upon our beautiful, beautiful Mother Earth and all of the wounds put upon Mother Earth, all of the effects of those wounds put upon Mother Earth that have brought us the extreme rain, wind, wildfires, hurricanes, snowstorms, earthquakes, that have impacted families and communities here all over Turtle Island and right around the globe, Creator. Bless and protect our beautiful Mother Earth and all the beautiful families and communities into health and healing, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring very special blessings of protection and healing down upon all the beautiful families and communities who are experiencing the extreme oppression in many, many parts of the world as we meet here today, Creator. Bless and protect our beautiful families and communities into health and healing, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to bring very special blessings of protection and healing down upon all our beautiful matriarchs, our daughters, our granddaughters, our great-granddaughters who experience oppression here all over Turtle Island, in Iran, Afghanistan, India, and many, many parts of the world as we meet here today, Creator. Bless and protect our beautiful matriarchs, our daughters, our granddaughters, our great-granddaughters, and especially blessing and protecting all our relatives of all identities into health and healing, Creator. And we kindly and respectfully ask you, Creator, to wrap each and every one of us here and all of our loved ones in the warmest blanket of protection as we all continue on this sometimes hard-working journey in our lives, keeping us all safe in our travels both near and far, Creator. And we always give you many, many thanks, Creator, as we ask you to bring all of your blessings down upon all the ones who are hurting, all the ones who are grieving, all the ones who are hungry, all the ones without homes, and especially, Creator, all the ones who are hurting, all the ones who are grieving. Haichka, Haichka OCM, OCM. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope we have a great, great conference. OCM, OCM.
Thank you, Dr. Elder Roberta and Elder Delia. As we move into our opening remarks, I'd like to take a moment to share just a few housekeeping details. First, this conference is being supported by the Whova app. You should have downloaded this app as part of the pre-conference email, although now is your final cue to please do so. The app supports us to minimize our impact to the environment and supports a dynamic conference experience. On the app, you'll find the agenda for today, the conference booklet, and the list of themes for our afternoon session. The app is also how you can submit your questions to our two keynote presenters today. A reminder that we will be taking photos throughout the event. These photos will be shared on our communication channels, including our website and social media. During your registration, if you opted not to have your photo taken, you would have been given a red lanyard at check-in. Please ensure your lanyard is visible so we respect your wishes. We have several rooms cordoned off for various uses today. A business room is available in the Lonsdale room if you need to take calls, and a wellness room is available if you need a quiet space in the Caulfield room. Acknowledging our conference takes place during Ramadan, a prayer room is also available in the Hollyburn room. For guests with additional accessibility needs, please check the accessibility page on Whova or speak with someone at the front desk who can respond to any of your inquiries. Gender-neutral bathrooms are available on the 4th floor. And finally, please take good care of yourselves today. Move, stand, and take breaks as you need. If you have any questions throughout the day, please ask the friendly staff at registration, and if you're joining us virtually, you can message event support in the chat while on Zoom. I'd now like to introduce Monica Mahmout and Sherry Maitofer to the stage for our opening remarks. Monica Mahmout is the Unit Director for the BC Support Unit at Michael Smith Health Research BC. Her leadership at the BC Support Unit contributes to strengthening patient-oriented research, improving research evidence use in the health system, and supporting cross-sector collaboration across BC. Welcome, Monica.
Thank you, Sada. And thank yous, Elder Delia and Dr. Elder Roberta, for your opening prayer to start our day in a good way. I raise my hands up to you and thanks for your wisdom and your teachings. Good morning, and welcome everyone in the room and online to Putting Patients First, hosted by the BC Support Unit as part of Michael Smith Health Research BC. My name is Monica Mahmout, and I am the Unit Director for the BC Support Unit. And I'm joined on stage by one of the unit's longtime patient partners and my colleague, Sherry Maitofer, who will offer her thoughts shortly. Together, we dedicate our opening remarks to our dear departed friend, Lisa Ridgway, who loved our Putting Patients First conferences as much as she took pride in being a patient partner. Why? How? What would happen if? These are the starting points of strong health research questions. They are the foundation of discovery, innovation, and system transformation. Why does it take years for research findings to be used in patient care? How can we close this gap? What would happen if we created a space, maybe a party, to accelerate how research can move closer to the bedside? In response to the first two questions, the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, or CIHR, launched the Strategy for Patient-Oriented Research in 2011, a national commitment to ensuring that high-quality research does not sit on shelves but informs clinical practice and health systems. Central to that strategy is the meaningful engagement of patients in research with a focus on the questions that matter most to them. The BC Support Unit, as part of Health Research BC, is proud to be part of this national research strategy. Since 2016, with funding from the province of British Columbia and CIHR, we have worked to strengthen the province's capacity to conduct patient-oriented research, building infrastructure, supporting investigators and patient partners, and advancing the research evidence that can improve care. As for the third question, putting patients first is the party. Over its 8 events, what began as a conference has evolved into a learning community founded by personal commitments to honest dialogue and courageous thinking about how we strengthen our health ecosystem. By listening more closely and collaborating more thoughtfully, we have challenged ourselves to design systems, policies, and practices that work for patients, not just in theory, but in real life. Today's conference is delivered live and online to increase accessibility across British Columbia, across Canada, and internationally, reflecting the reach, the relevance, and the interest in this work. 1/3 of our 650 participants are joining from outside of BC, with a significant contingent from outside of Canada. Patients, caregivers, policymakers, research institutions, researchers from trainees to senior scientists in both academic and clinical settings, students, Indigenous leaders, and communities, engineers, clinicians, all of BC's health authorities, not-for-profits, executive and board members, sport colleagues. These are all important indicators of diversity. High-impact health research depends on collaboration across disciplines, sectors, and lived experience. In a turbulent economy and under global pressures, maintaining our ability to work across boundaries is essential if we are to generate strong evidence, strengthen our health system, and improve patient outcomes. As our health ecosystem evolves, so too must our research. Technologies advance, care models shift, pressures intensify, yet one principle remains constant: patients must come first. When we anchor our research questions, methods, and implementation strategies in patient needs, voices, and lived experience, we produce better evidence and better care. So, what are we going to do today? This morning, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Antoine Boivin, who will challenge us to think about our ecologies of well-being. Following this, we will showcase 32 projects and programs by the BC Support Unit, funded by the BC Support Unit, as tangible examples of patient-oriented research in action across our province. These projects demonstrate how rigorous research, strengthened by lived experience, can inform practice and policy. Today's conference theme is learning communities. For those of you who attended our conference last time, where we learned about learning health systems, today we will zoom in on an area in learning health systems, models, and frameworks that is practical and can be experienced today in real time. So after lunch, we will form learning communities to dialogue on the systems challenges that you had submitted upon registration. Do you remember those? It's okay if you don't. We have cheat sheets at the tables and through our online facilitation. We hope that you will weave in what you've learned this morning in real time into your afternoon conversations. Finally, we will close with the power of Sarah Green's perspective on community and collective vision, followed by reflections from friends, our executive, and board. I encourage each of you to engage fully today. Ask questions, share your expertise, bring your lived experience, your curiosity, your courage. Today, we simply ignite the party sparklers of conversation for you to carry with you out the door. So in close, thank you for the dedication of your time today. It is your most valuable resource. Thank you for your investment. I'm looking forward to the meaningful discussions ahead, and yes, enjoy the party. I'll turn over to Sherry now for her opening remarks.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Mytofer, and I'm from Fort St. John, BC. I have been a patient partner since 2016 at the beginning of the support unit's lifetime. I remember one of my first conversations with Dr. Sterling Bryan, who led the BC support unit at the time. He asked me how I was feeling about being a patient partner, and I told him, I don't feel my voice is important. He looked at me. He looked down at me because he's pretty tall and I am not so much. He smiled and he said, patient voices are the most important ones at the table. Well, of course they are, and this is why we're here. Living in a rural community in northern BC, I offer a unique perspective regarding the challenges and opportunities receiving care. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2013. It took me several hospital visits, doctor visits, and traveling for MRIs hours away from my home before finally receiving a diagnosis in a different province. It took me more than 2 years to get a neurologist who is based here 14 hours away from my home, and then I finally began treatment. It was a scary and frustrating time, and I know I'm not alone in having a journey like this. On one hand, this is the state of healthcare in Canada. On the other hand, are we okay with this? The strategy for patient-oriented research was a bold move by a research funding agency. It put the work of the BC Support Unit and its strategy-funded colleagues in a gray space between health research and health systems. As Monica mentioned, we call it the health ecosystem. It's innovative to provide the means to lift all voices for health ecosystem improvement. We are thankful to CIHR and every provincial and territorial government in the country for supporting this work. Patients have the voice to make a change. We have the power to make a difference. What difference have I made? Aside from my involvement with the BC Support Unit and other SPOR-funded colleagues across the country, my involvement in research studies has offered me the opportunity to change what MS research can produce. Involving patients in research has so many downstream effects. Patient partners can strengthen study outputs and outcomes, empower healthcare providers, and improve patient care. December 8th, 2025 may possibly have been my last dose of MS medication, ever. Of course, I still have MS, but this is proof that patients have the power to change their medical journey by advocating for what they need and be hopeful that collaboration in the health ecosystem makes a difference. To the patients in the room, I hope I empower you. To everyone else, let's make things better together. Monica and I would like to express our immense gratitude to our many party planners. The numbers involved are countless, and we encourage you to turn to our digital conference booklet in Whova to read each and every name across multiple committees to realize today's conference, or party, as Monica mentioned. I want to leave you with something Lisa Ridgway said. She was our fierce patient partner who is gone too soon. As patient partners, we want to be an ordinary part of health research. We want to be welcomed warmly as colleagues because we bring anything but ordinary stories. We bring our extraordinary lived experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. J'ai maintenant le plaisir d'accueillir Dr. Antoine Boivin sur la scène. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Antoine Boivin. Antoine is a primary care physician and co-director of the Canada Research Chair in Partnerships with Patients and Communities. No stranger to Canada's strategy for patient-oriented research, Antoine had served previously as a co-director for the Quebec Support Unit. For the last 2 decades, Antoine's clinical practice, research, and teaching have all been conducted in partnership with people and communities. Today, we're privileged to have him speak with us about ecologies of health. At the end of Antoine's address, we will open the floor for a few questions by moderated session. To ask a session of one of our keynotes, please go to the Whova app. At the bottom, it will say Session Q&A, Keynote number 1. You can also find this in the digital agenda. Post your question in the chat box. The most requested questions are likely to be selected for discussion. Now, please join me in welcoming Antoine.
Thank you for the gift of your presence and of your attention. I would like to share the story of Jane because it's a person I care about. Jane was my ghost patient. She had been registered to my name by the list of vulnerable patients without a family physician for 3 years, and I had never seen her. I called her, offered to visit her at home to see the nurse, the social worker, the psychologist. She refused everything. Until one day, I offered Jane to meet somebody I trust, my colleague Ghislaine. So she came to the clinic. I introduced Ghislaine, let the two women talk. And Ghislaine introduced herself as not a healthcare professional. She said, "I'm just a patient, just like you." And they started to talk for an hour. By the end of the hour, Jane asked Ghislaine to accompany her back to her home. And that's where we started understanding what was going on. All these solutions I was trying to offer, they were the solutions to the wrong problem. Jane was living in poverty. She was ashamed of her home. That's why she didn't want me to come. She had issues with childcare services in the past, so she didn't want to see a social worker. But just a patient like her, that worked. And it created this small connection of trust that slowly helped us understand what truly mattered for Jane. What were her goals? Her goal was to see her granddaughter grow up. Her daughter was pregnant, and she was hoping to see her. And so Ghislaine started to reconnect care around these goals. Food on the table, clothes for her children, and slowly trying to understand what was her health condition, what she could do to be better and to see her granddaughter. And slowly, Jane became my best patient. She started texting me when she had questions. She accepted the home nurse. She started dialysis. She lived a few more years, and she got to see her granddaughter. And I saw her granddaughter last month. She's 8-year-old now. And her mother said, "Oh, this is Dr. Boivin. He's known your grandmother." And so she's still alive in me. That meeting, that encounter, it changed my life. It changed my medical career. It changed my research career. I was like, how could a woman without a university diploma succeed where a whole team of qualified academic clinicians had failed? What was the secret? What was hiding into that treasure box? And so for the next decade or so, my quest has been to understand this woman and what she does. And that's a little bit of what I would like to be sharing with you. Although the best thing would have been for you to meet Ghislaine, but I'll tell you where she is a little later. So this story is a story about care, about caring alone, caring with people, and caring with communities. So I was trained over 20 years ago as a physician, and I was trained to be in charge of people, to find solutions for them. And for a little while, it worked perfectly. I worked in the intensive care unit, the emergency room. I saved lives. It felt amazing. And then I moved to Center South Montreal for primary care practice, one of the poorest neighborhoods of Canada. And suddenly I started to feel disempowered as a physician. I felt like all of my tools were insufficient. I was a poor substitute for a caring friend, for a decent income, for a safe home. And I started feeling quite desperate, actually, as a caregiver. until I met Ghislaine. I met Ghislaine in 2013. That's almost 15 years ago. I met her in medical school, except that she wasn't a case that was being discussed in medical school. She was the teacher, and I was sitting in the room listening, mesmerized. I thought, this woman is amazing. I had a professional crush on her, and I invited her for a date. We went for a coffee, and we had a dream. We had a dream of caring for people together. Ghislaine started telling me that she was born a patient. She had been a patient all her life, and when she was 15-year-old, she was hospitalized, and in the bed next to her was an older man who was suffering at his end of life, calling for help, though nobody else was responding. And so Ghislaine, with her hospital gown, she stood up and held his hand until he died. She learned to be present with. She couldn't do anything, but she was there. And that's how it began for her. And now for over 60 years now, Ghislaine has been accompanying people through challenges in their life. And so it began, our experience in caring together. And initially, it was amazing. One of the first patients we saw was George. I had diagnosed George with metastatic cancer, incurable cancer, a couple of weeks ago. There was nothing that the specialist could do. He had no pain. As a physician, I had nothing to offer. And George was angry. He was angry of dying, basically, and I didn't have a pill for that. I asked him if he accepted to meet with Ghislaine. She sat beside him, and he started explaining his story, and at one point he said, "You're not saying anything." And she said, "I understand why you're angry. I've been angry too when I got my third cancer. Now, what are you going to do with your life?" And then George started thinking, and then he called an old friend he hadn't seen for 20 years, and they went fishing together. And then he started gardening on his little balcony. He even made a girlfriend. And we saw George a week before he died, Ghislaine and I, on his bed, beside his bed, and he was glowing. This last year of his life had been one of the fullest year of his life. And Ghislaine told me afterwards, as long as you're not dead, you're still alive. And gosh, this woman is still alive. I'll tell you, it's coming. So to me, these were small miracles, and I started talking about it. I started moving up the stairs of the healthcare system. Listen, I've found something. It's amazing. I even had a meeting with the health minister, and the answer I got everywhere was, "This is amazing. Keep going." And there was no budget and no support and no. So the other thing that happened is when word started to spread that there was a patient in the clinic seeing other patients, I was summoned by the board of directors. They said, "What is this thing? What's going to happen if we get sued?" And so Ghislaine was also worried about safety, and she said, "No, we need to do things properly." And so we started a research project, and Ghislaine became an experimental treatment, and people signed a consent form before seeing her. And said, it's like patient talking to patients. It's never been seen before, so you need a consent form. And people started to quiet down in a way. So research, before it produced any knowledge, it really created a space to try to care differently. And so for many years, we learned together to care together within the space offered by research. And then a couple of years ago, years later, for about 5 years, it was just the two of us. And then one day, there's one of our colleagues from down the hill. He was working in the homeless clinic. He said, "That's pretty cool what Ghislaine and yourself are doing. could we do this with somebody who's experienced homelessness? And we said, why not? Let's try it. And so we met with Daniel. He had had an experience living in the streets. He'd had several issues, and he wanted to give back. And we met him with Ghislaine, and she said, he's got it. I don't know what she talked about, but she recognized it. She said, he has it. And so we got a little bit of a pilot research project with Daniel and enough money for 1 year. And Daniel started working at the Community Health Center on December 1st, 2020. And I remember the date because this was the peak of the second wave of the pandemic that hit directly the homeless community in Montreal and across the country. It was the middle of the winter. The teams, the community organizations were shut down. People were exhausted. And people on the team said, this is not safe. This guy's had issues with, homelessness and mental health issue. It's really tough work. Are you really sure you want to try this? So after 2-3 weeks, we had a meeting with Daniel and the medical director of the clinic. Daniel was beaming. He was smiling. He was helping people. And he had started to do cross-country skiing. This was his first job in 10 years. And the medical director was green. He was exhausted. He hadn't taken a break in months. And at the end of the meeting, Daniel said, maybe, Mathieu, you should take your weekend off. And then it hit me that those people that we think are vulnerable actually have built quite important strengths in navigating challenging times. And I was really surprised to see this, such as all the team. And after 6 months of experimentation, our attempt to get renewed funding failed. But the clinicians and the managers on that team, they said, this is so extraordinary what we're witnessing here. We want to keep him. So the manager found some money. After a couple of months, a permanent position opened. The manager said, okay, let me draft this in a way that he can apply. And Daniel now has been a permanent employee of the public healthcare system for 5 years. That was before we published any research paper. So translation, it went pretty quick that time. And then one day I met with Penelope. Penelope was the nurse manager of Doctors of the World team. They'd been in Montreal for 20 years to care for people who cannot access the public health system, sex workers, people with substance use, people experiencing homelessness, etc. And for the past 5 years, Penelope had started to build our dream team. She had a team with half of the team were people with lived experience, and the other half were caregivers with diplomas, and they were working together. It included Indigenous navigators, migrants with precarious status, people with previous issues with mental illness, with substance use, working alongside nurses and social workers. I was like, this is actually happening. And so what we became then as researchers, we didn't invent that team. What we did was simply shed light on what already existed that was just beside us in the community, but we'd never heard about it because they didn't have a research team, it wasn't published, it was right in front of our eyes. And so slowly we started connecting these teams who were attempting to work with people with lived experience as part of the team. And so we became a little bit of an alliance, a couple of those teams working together. And what I had seen with Ghislaine, we saw it elsewhere. But all of those teams were facing the same challenge, to be recognized, to be supported, to be integrated with healthcare system. After 10 years of experimentation and over 10,000 hours of care, Ghislaine is still not receiving a single dollar from the healthcare system. Her work is entirely funded through research. And I'm not so much worried about doing the grant application and all of that, but the worry that's been in here for me for many years now is this going to die with us, and is this going to die with her? How can we share this in a way that is sustainable so that other people can benefit from this very simple, humanly sourced thing, being presence, listening, being there, walking alongside each other. 2 years ago, Ghislaine said, or a couple of years ago, Ghislaine said, Antoine, you need to go outside, see the world, and let's learn from other people. So this is our caring community. The first connection we've had was with Japan. One day I received an email from somebody in Japan who said, hey, this caring community you have in Canada, it looks pretty cool. Can you help us in Japan? I was like, I don't know anything about Japan. And so we started conversations for 5 years. And then this team from Japan came over to witness Ghislaine practicing. Oh, right now in my clinic, many people don't really know Ghislaine, but we've got people flying all over from Japan to spend a day with her. And this team from Japan, they came with Mrs. Murai, and she's an elder woman in Japan who had started this community work. And she was a bit of a Ghislaine, but from Japan. And rather than accompanying people one-on-one, she was doing this collectively in the community, in groups, and all of that. And so they became friends, and we became friends. It's like growing a root across, and we started inspiring each other. In May 2024, I was invited to Geneva. I didn't know exactly what was going on, and 3 days before the conference, I read this thing. It was a draft resolution on social participation in health and well-being. And the next week, all members countries, 194 countries, adopted unanimously a resolution on social participation in health, recognizing that governments need to partner with people, with communities, with civil society in order to solve the health challenges that we face. We cannot do this alone as health professionals and as healthcare systems. We need to work together. And so to us, that was an opportunity to link and connect with other initiatives in the countries working with the same values. I had the chance of being in Thailand and witnessing with my own eyes 2,000 Thai people meeting together to deliberate on policies affecting health and well-being, including housing, including the economy. 10% of these resolutions translate into law. I met with people in Brazil. Brazil, after its military dictatorship, embedded in its constitution the right to participate in health and education to the point where right now the Brazil healthcare system has 200,000 community health workers, people like Ghislaine, working with healthcare teams in communities funded by the public healthcare system, serving 200 million people. I met with Viv. For 30 years has been connecting, and Norma, working together in Big River First Nation in Saskatchewan. I connected with my friend Maxime. He's an environmental scientist. He works with Inuit communities in Nunavik to monitor the impacts of climate change on the health of people and communities. I met my friend Janie. She supporting living books, people with experience of poverty and marginalization, to get them to have coffee and meet with policymakers in Parliament, to get them to see poverty in ways other than through statistics. And we met colleagues in India, and this is the punch. Ghislaine couldn't be here today because on Saturday she flew to India, and so this is Ghislaine from yesterday at almost 80-year-old. So that's the kind of woman she is. And after a couple of months, we started asking ourselves, who are we? What do we have in common? And one member of our team, of our alliance, of our growing global alliance said, well, we are communities of solutions, and we've worked together for several weeks to define what this means for us. And communities of solution for us means people with different strengths, transforming shared dreams, dreaming together, moving from I have a dream to we have a dream, and turning these actions into collective actions for the well-being of people and communities. So that's who we are. Thank you.
Hello. I know we each have one. Testing. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much, Antoine, for your presentation. Ghislaine sounds like quite a spark. We are running a little bit over, so we just have time for one question, but Antoine will be here today, so there's lots of really, really great questions in the Whova app. Thank you for those who've participated. If you would like to connect with Antoine at the break or any time during the day, please do so. So Antoine, a lot of really great questions. I'm going to pick one about emergency departments. So we're seeing increasing rates of patients leaving without being seen in our emergency departments. Have you seen organizations successfully deploy patient partners such as Ghislaine or peer navigators in waiting areas to improve engagement and reducing walkouts?
Yeah, one question we've been asked repeatedly is, how do you clone Ghislaine? And it's a really tricky thing when I talk about Ghislaine, is she is an extraordinary woman. And what Ghislaine says is there's thousands of Ghislaine out there. And the people who listen the most are often the people we hear the least. And we need to simply pay attention. We haven't invented anything. We've just reconnected worlds of care that exist naturally in communities, people helping one another with the professional healthcare system. And that happens everywhere. So it's not about inventing it, or it's not about creating it, it's about connecting it. And yes, I've seen this in all sorts of situations. And we've got to simply try it, try to make that connection. And if you're curious about this, I've left a QR code. And these are sparks for change. Okay, it's not sparks for inspiration. Hey, I've met this, but sparks for change, for let's try this at home. And just knowing that this is possible, and the infrastructure is very simple. You know, it's people working with people. So that's what it is. So it is very simple. We just need to try to work together.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks very much, Antoine and Monica. Hi, everyone. My name is Larry Miraz. I am the Patient and Community Engagement Lead for the BC Support Unit. And we're about to move into our break, hooray. But before we do, I have a few reminders for you. We're running a bit late, so I think your program says 10 o'clock, but our breakout sessions will start at 10:10. So around that time, we ask you to make your way to the various breakout rooms that will form the showcase for our conference. And if you haven't yet, you can check on the Whova app to find out what the program is and which rooms you'd like to attend. The presentations will run concurrently, so choose from a selection of breakout rooms. And for those online, wherever you are, you can join the Zoom links that were featured on the app on the session card, or you can find them in the email that was sent to you yesterday by the conference organizers. And there should be a QR code coming up. Oh, maybe not. But we do have a few breaks during the day. This is one of them. So please take this opportunity to refill your coffee, tea, water, or whatever else it is that you want. But we also have a bingo card. So please go get the bingo card and connect with other people and start filling that out, because there's a draw and there's a prize. I want the prize. Is it chocolate? No? No chocolate? Okay, never mind. I can't promise that. Oh, and there are booths. So please, when you're drinking your coffee, go to the booths in the Shaughnessy Salon Room. Lots of great booths, but one I want to tell you about in particular, okay. This is one on our journey map. We're looking for people to give us feedback on this web resource that we're developing. And we're looking, this tool helps researchers go through the patient engagement journey in their research cycle. So you'll find that in the back of the Shaughnessy room, right next to the clinical trials. All the booths are great, but I want you to go to that one if you want a prize. No prize for that. So please go to that. Enjoy the showcase session. And now I'm stopping you from having your break, so go and have your break, and see you at 10:10 in a breakout room. Thanks very much.
Good. Hello, everybody.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. We hope you're enjoying the conference. My name is Shelly Sharma, and I'm the project coordinator at the BC Support Unit.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Ward, and I'm the Learning Health System Lead for the BC Support Unit. Together, we'd like to introduce today's afternoon workshop. We're in continuous pursuit of working differently and more collaboratively by meaningfully engaging individuals and communities in health research and healthcare delivery. The world today is quite different than it was even at the start of 2025, and we collectively have faced many challenges in the health ecosystem. There can be immense pressure on us to put our heads down and focus on the work directly in front of us. But when we have the courage to work together, we work effectively, efficiently, and strategically. When we work as communities rather than as individuals. And working this way does have an impact. We saw that in the presentations and conversations this morning. Despite all the challenges we face, there are still many great things happening in BC as a result of people learning and working in community. Learning communities are an important component of Learning Health System. For those who attended our last conference on learning health systems, you may recall our conversation on the need for people working in community to make learning health systems work. And so today, we're focusing on this vital part. The first step toward building communities is to talk to people, and that's what we're going to do this afternoon with a roundtable dialogue. Our afternoon activity is designed to get us to talk to each other about the challenges we see in the health system that we're all a part of. For those in the room, we ask you to take a seat at one of the tables, as that will be a discussion group for the session. This works better if you sit with people you don't know well, so I'd encourage you to move. For those of you attending virtually, you'll be assigned to a breakout room at random. So what will you be talking about? When you registered for the conference, we asked you to identify one key challenge that you felt was important. And our planning group took all those responses and grouped them into 5 themes, and identified 3 statements for each theme. For our guests joining from outside of BC and Canada, this activity will still apply to you as the themes that emerged are ubiquitous. The themes are shown on screen, and the statements are at each of your tables. For those online, all themes and statements are on Hoover. Please note that these are should statements intentionally designed to ignite conversation.
So your task as a group is to pick one or more of these statements and talk to one another about them. Do you agree or do you disagree, and why? Share your thoughts and listen actively as others share theirs. Where possible, weave in what you've learned so far today, either from the presentations or from the discussions. We have a lot of people here today, and this is a fantastic real-time opportunity to learn from one another's perspective. To maximize the experience of learning communities, we will do this twice. Each round will be 30 minutes, whereupon we will ask you to switch tables and start again with the discussion topic. Can I have a thumbs up from the room if we are ready? Amazing. So John and I will roam the room for support if you need it. And for those online, please ask your facilitator if needed. Let's get started. everyone. Hi, everyone. We are at the halfway mark now. And look at you. You understood the assignment. You're all doing so amazing. So we request 2 to 3 people from each table. Please take a moment to switch tables. Try to find a new face to sit with. And go ahead whenever you're ready. Okay. Time's up.
Hey, everybody. I'm sure you're all expecting something cool to have happened when it counted down to 0, but sorry, you just got me. Hello, everybody. We're at the end of our discussion period. How was your experience? Did you spend most of the time getting to know your table mates? Learning communities are not transactional. You're natural relationship builders. We hoped for this, so we made blank business cards for you to write down your connection details of your new friends. You'll find these cards located at all of the tables. Talking to a group of people with different perspectives is incredibly valuable, not just for better decisions, but for creativity, learning, and stronger relationships. In the long run, learning communities can also save you time. Before we close, let's turn back to Hoover, where you should see a prompt that asks you, how are you feeling after this activity? Please take a moment to add your response. It will appear as a real-time word cloud, hopefully, which should be visible for everybody to see. So while the word cloud is populating, I'll share with you a few reasons why collaboration as a learning community matters. I'll touch on 3 of these as we'll hear more about the power of learning communities from Sarah in a few moments. We make better decisions under less pressure. Different viewpoints help us see unnoticed blind spots and challenge assumptions. Working as a team takes pressure off the individual to get it right. We better understand complex problems. The health ecosystem is complex. Hearing people with different roles, background, and lived experience produces solutions that are more realistic and implementable. And finally, we ourselves learn and grow as individuals. When you listen to different viewpoints, you learn new ways of thinking, you build empathy, and you become a better communicator and leader.
Thank you, John. So in short, talking to people with different perspectives make ideas stronger, solutions better, and teams healthier. Innovation thrives when multiple ways of thinking collide. Hopefully, this simple activity has provided additional motivation to invite a broader diversity of voices to your table. This is the first step towards building communities that could eventually address some of the challenges we've discussed here today. We will now welcome Ellie Griffith to the stage, who will introduce our closing keynote speaker. As Vice President of Research and Innovation, Ellie provides a strategic leadership for Health Research BC's funding portfolio, guiding the development, integration, and enhancement of programs that advance the organization's strategy and strengthens BC health research system. Welcome, Ellie.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Ellie Griffith, and I'm the Vice President of Research and Innovation of Michael Smith Health Research BC. It's my absolute pleasure today to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Sarah Green. She'll be speaking with us about achieving a patients-first learning health system. Sarah has deep experience in the healthcare and advocacy field as a cancer research advocate and freelance consultant. Sarah's based in the United States, and she's worked in health and healthcare space for more than 30 years, conducting research on cancer care delivery, clinician-patient communication, and health system improvement. Her work experience helped her navigate a stage 3 endometrial cancer diagnosis and successful treatment, which then led to her advocacy. And to quote a colleague of mine, she's just a superstar. At the end of Sarah's address, we'll open the floor for a few questions, moderated questions. So please, if you want to submit a question, go to the Hoover app, look for keynote number 2, and post your question there. And the most requested questions will be more likely to be discussed. And with that, I'm so pleased to welcome Sarah to the stage. Please join me in welcoming Sarah. I'm just looking for her right now. I think we may be running a little bit ahead of time, so we may need to just source Sarah. I shall have a look around the room. I'm assuming she's probably taken a break. I literally
Yeah, she just popped out. Yeah.
I know, because I walked into the room and I just heard you say my name. Shall we? I'm going to take a quick what's the time now? Let's say, should we just start at 5:02? Let's reconvene at 5:23 and have a quick break. I think there's a few people who've stepped out to grab a coffee.
Hi, everyone. If we could all take our seats, we're about to have our second keynote come to the stage.
Okay, we're nearing the end of our day. It's that time when you've just had a cookie, a cup of tea, cup of coffee. It's not time for a nap yet, or if you had a nap, I hope it was in one of the earlier sessions. So, take two. Hi, everyone. So great to be here today. Such an amazing atmosphere. I always feel very energized by this event, so we're going to carry that energy through to the end of the day. My name is Ellie Griffith. I'm the Vice President of Research and Innovation with Michael Smith Health Research BC. It's my absolute pleasure today to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Sarah Green. She's going to be speaking to us about achieving a patients-first learning health system. Sarah has deep experience in the healthcare and advocacy field as a cancer research advocate and as a freelance consultant. Based in the United States, Sarah's worked in health and healthcare space for more than 30 years, conducting research on cancer care delivery, clinician-patient communication, and health system improvement. Her work experience helped her navigate a stage 3 endometrial cancer diagnosis and successful treatment, which contributed to her advocacy. And to quote one of my colleagues who knows Sarah well, she's just a superstar. At the end of Sarah's address, we'll have a little bit of time for questions, so please go to the Hoover. I've been calling it Wover for the last few days, but anyway, I'm going to try and get with everybody else. Go to the Hoover app, and this is keynote number 2, and if you open the Q&A there, you can add in your questions, and you can upvote other people's questions, and the most requested ones are the ones we'll hopefully have some time to discuss. So Sarah, we're so happy you're able to join us today. Please join me in welcoming Sarah to the stage.
Yeah, hi. If you thought you were going to get to go home early, sorry about that. Sorry for not for missing my initial cue. Hi, how's everybody doing? Okay. I heard somebody say that in the Hova app that when asked how you're feeling, I heard sleepy. So, you know, it's cool. If you take a nap, I will not be upset. But I hope you don't. I hope we can spend a little time together actually celebrating the incredible work you're doing here. So, as Ellie said, I'm Sarah Green. I am, these views that I'm presenting today are my own. They don't represent anybody but me. And this is one of the hardest speaking engagements I've ever taken on, and it's because of all of you and the incredibly dynamic, energizing discussions we've had today. I mean, I wanted up until 5 minutes ago to change my slides to reflect everything I've heard today. I didn't do that. You're welcome, tech team. So yeah, as Ellie said, my current day job is I am a consultant, I am an advisor, I am an advocate. You're probably wondering, but why did they bring this girl from the States up here? Why is she here? Why her? Why now? And in fact, I have a long, wonderful set of connections with both Danielle Lavallee and also Rob Reed, who I understand was your keynote speaker last year. And I actually owe a lot of why I'm standing up here today to Dr. Reed. as was also said, my perspectives are informed by my experience with the U.S. healthcare system very directly and acutely. And taken together, I've gotten to work with a lot of folks in Canada, and I feel like I am actually one of your biggest fans, at least in the U.S. So yay for all of you. I'll explain. Okay, all right, yeah. You can clap for yourselves. You're not clapping for me right now. You're clapping for yourselves, and you'll see why I say that in a few minutes. So this graphic is actually also part of my origin story. So about 14 years ago, I wrote a paper with Dr. Reed. So if you were here last year, you know who he is. And we talked about the notion of the learning health system, which is, I'm not going to go into deep detail about that today, but if you have questions about it, I'm happy to take them on later. But this is the graphic from the paper that we wrote, which is called Implementing the Learning Health System from Concept to Action. We wrote this paper in 2014, which is 2012, 14 years ago, which is really kind of mind-blowing. We were not the very first writing about the learning health system, but apparently it was a pretty impactful paper. And I think some of it is because of what I've put there in the bold blue text that was maybe some foresight that we didn't anticipate, that rapid learning is not automatic and can be humbling, that the rapid learning health system entails a vital partnership and a shared commitment. All of these things are, again, evinced in what I'm seeing here today. We talked in the patient network meeting yesterday about the need for vulnerability, humility, courage, and curiosity. And these are system traits that are part of the learning health system, but don't always get kind of elevated and amplified in the kind of the technocratic side of healthcare. So I see it here, and it's one of the things I value the most about your strategy for patient-oriented research and your commitment to patient-centered care. But that graphic is, like I said, part of why I'm standing here. The learning health system is now 20 years old, which means next year it'll be old enough to buy me a beer. And that makes me also feel a little old, but so it goes, and here I am. So yeah, like I said, we were not the first people to publish on this. It was 2006. But in this paper with Dr. Reed, as we talked about these ways of taking evidence and moving into practice. And that's really at its simplest. That's what a learning health system is. Science into practice and practice back into science. And it's kind of become, I don't want to say it's not a trend. I think it's an enduring thing. And I have a whole other talk about why we think the LHS is here to stay. But what I think it has given birth to are these interesting sort of taglines, right? Like learning from what we do and doing what we learn. Learning from every patient to take care of the next, right? So again, very laudable. This is, in a perfect world, this is kind of what we would want. But the notion of learning from every patient to take care of the next is sort of an interesting statement if you unpack it, because it indicates that there's a leap of faith on the part of the patient sitting in front of you. There's a leap of trust, and it indicates that I am willing to share my data, and I know you have a whole health data research initiative and network here as well, but it means I'm willing to share my data with my care team so that they can learn what happened with me so that the next 54-year-old woman with stage 3 endometrial cancer who comes along can benefit from that experience. And that experience was every patient's experience is unique. Every single one of us has a very unique story that has led them to be in this room today. But when I was diagnosed, I felt like I was receiving what I call the worst possible diagnosis at the best possible time. The field of endometrial cancer care has changed very dramatically, even in the 5 years. I was diagnosed 3 years ago, and in the last 5 years, it has been absolutely transformed, right? You see this unbreakable string in the graphic, and that's really kind of meant to be a through line for my talk, because even my oncologists in Seattle are part of this unbreakable string. They're all connected. We're all connected. I have a feeling if I were to ask somebody in this room, I might find somebody who went to school with her or who did a fellowship with her. So I think that there's just this I was really struck by Dr. Elder Roberta Price and Elder Daphne this morning, just to kind of feel how this conference started with connection and started with that notion that we are all here together. We are all lifted up by our creators, our ancestors, and one another. And so this unbreakable string is something that I feel very strongly about, and I feel like it's, again, part of why I'm here today. So I've, enough about my cancer diagnosis, but really the fact of the matter is I'm I'm not a typical patient, right? I studied cancer care delivery for 15 years. I have a health literacy that is probably not typical of many patients that come in and get care. I knew how to look at the evidence and ask my oncologist questions about why not this, why that. And none of these experiences are, sort of usual and customary in healthcare, even though we might want them to be. But all of that's to say that, patients have a willingness, I think, when you're diagnosed, you have a different kind of, something kicks in and you are willing, many of us are willing to share what we have experienced so that whether it's clinically or emotionally or operationally, the person who comes after us can get better care than what we had. So, but we know that things get in the way of that good care, right? Every patient's needs are unique. I've talked with people who, 14 hours is the distance they've had to go to get proper specialty care. I've talked with people who, have had countless, differential diagnoses, experiences. So these unique needs and the complexity of healthcare just get in the way every time. And then you layer on top of that the fact that we don't have the best evidence to apply at the point of need. I used to say the point of care, but now I really think it's the point of need because so much of care happens outside of maybe that exam room or that mobile health hub. So demography, geography, complexity. At our learning community table during the afternoon session, we talked about the workforce shortages that are acutely felt in Canada, both primary care and probably beyond into specialty care. So there's all these things that they just get in the way. Another session I went to, this is why I wanted to edit my slides up until the last minute, because another session I went to this morning talked in this most compelling way about the power asymmetry. But the fact is that even if a clinician is the expert in cardiology or oncology, we as patients are the experts in our own lives, right? I know what's best for me. I know what's aligned with my values, my preferences. So the PhD in life might be the counterpart to the PhD in science or MD in clinical medicine. Medicine is continuously evolving, right? We all know, somebody quoted yesterday, or maybe it was Antoine this morning, like how much is published that any clinician or any researcher can possibly keep up with the volumes and volumes of evidence. In my own family, we have, if you were to name it off, it's everything from disordered eating to rare autoimmune conditions to chronic pain, osteoporosis, and all I want for my family is the best possible care. Knowing what the impingements are on their quality of life and that they need to be managed by multiple clinicians who don't necessarily talk to each other. What I want, I think, is what we all want, right? Clear, evidence-driven care that meets everybody's needs. But what we don't have, we talk about the learning health system. We don't want a guessing health system. We don't want a not knowing health system, but it's the are we there yet question, and will we ever be there given the amount of knowledge that is generated. We don't want our preferences and values dismissed, but we don't always have that luxury, we don't always have that certainty. So I feel like, just again, this reinforced throughout the day, that the learning communities that we're kind of germinating and letting flourish in this room can be that beacon and help us get through this, kind of overwhelm and this uncertainty. So I'm really, like I said, I'm really, really encouraged and heartened by what I've seen and heard here today and what I've felt here today. I have this vision of what a patient's first learning health system looks like, right? I've been kind of playing with this diagram of wanting to take my experience in patient engagement and patient-centered care and blending and braiding it with the learning health system. And these are some of the facets that I think are really integral to that, and I would invite you, I will have hopefully a couple minutes for questions or comments, but think about what you would add to this list, right? Is it organizational health literacy? Is it a deeper, more visible commitment to equity? I mean, this is a short list. It's the list according to me, but it's by all means not the be-all, end-all of these lists. So, thinking about, though, if it is a health system rooted in trustworthiness, anchored on your goals, what does that look like? If the power imbalances were to fall away, Would that be a patient's first learning health system? What would that look like? So I challenge all of us to think about, what are those attributes? What do we really want to see happen? And so this is maybe a little bit too small to decode, especially from the back, but this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. This is my nirvana. Smells like patient-centeredness. Like, this is what I want, right? In the center are the patients and families identifying the questions and the needs that matter to them. And this is taking place in the context of a data-driven, continuous system that learns from every patient, where the research is guided by patient preferences, and families and communities are benefiting from that evidence. And you can see that virtuous cycle going around it, where there's diverse research teams working, hand in glove with patients to ensure that the evidence is relevant. So that's my nirvana. But enough about me. I want to talk about you for a while and celebrate and lift up what you're doing. Throughout Canada, I know I'm in BC, but I also know that this is, bringing people together from across all the different provinces and globally, I think, from what I heard from the list of participating organizations. You're doing the work to build connections, facilitate collaboration, establish common ground, and create these learning communities. And friends, that doesn't happen everywhere. And I know it takes a lot of energy and it takes a lot of time and resources to come together and set aside your day-to-day for a day and be in this room. But trust me, it is so important. It is so crucial to getting to that nirvana of a patient's first system that learns and cares equitably for every patient. The learning communities, create these opportunities. You're creating opportunities just by being together, where you're exchanging insights about your lived experience, you're identifying the gaps, you're enhancing everybody's ability to co-create, co-design, and co-produce a better set of capabilities for health and healthcare. We have brief connections today, maybe meeting a lot of people for the first time today or yesterday, but I also know that we're forming lasting bonds. I can tell you that the people I've met over the last day and a half, I can't wait to stay in touch with them and continue to learn from them. And, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Edge of Tomorrow. That's my cute little graphic down there in the corner. In Edge of Tomorrow, if you haven't seen it, Tom Cruise and Emily Blunt, they have a chance to go back in time each day, and they get, I don't want to spoil this, but I'm gonna. So he dies every day, but he gets to go back to the day before and try to make right what didn't work. And each day he gets to do a little course correction and fix it, right? So, think about the work that you're doing today and then how that's going to lead to what you do differently tomorrow. I mean, heaven forbid we all don't have that same, faith that he did, and then he comes back. But you want to be able to take what you learned today and apply it and pay it forward tomorrow, the next day, and the next day, which can help cultivate that abundance mindset. I think we're so riven right now by scarcity, right? This is something I've been thinking about a lot. How do we get back to an abundance mindset given the headwinds that are facing healthcare pretty much everywhere, right? I mean, we have these hardcore financial and economic issues. We have human and social challenges that just run so deep, and some of that is, again, kind of more of a technical and operational, workforce shortages. We've got Gen AI, kind of lapping up all the oxygen in the room. We have challenges integrating the knowing and doing gap, and we have to do all of this while maintaining very trustworthy relationships with one another. And yet, this is the hardest thing, right? One of my mentors has said, the hardest part is walking through the door. I will tell you, I've said this to a couple people today, and they don't believe me, and you won't either, but I am an introvert. I was in the quiet room before when people were looking for me, like, where'd she go? Go to the quiet room, that's where I'll be. Being up here is an incredible honor, and it's an incredible challenge. But I know that it starts with showing up. We have to show up. We have to show up in order to change how research is done. We have to show up in order to change how care is delivered. And we have to show up in order to change how communities come together to make this world better. And I don't mean to be so grandiose and hyperbolic, but I honestly believe that this is the hard work, right? And you are doing the hard work. You have the expertise. You have the experience. I kind of just, throwing up a math problem because it's the end of the day, and, why not do some math, right? So 200 organizations roughly, 600 individuals roughly today. Let's just say for argument's sake that there's about 10 years average experience in patient-oriented research or patient care. 200 hours per person per year, that's about 10% FTA, 10% of your time. That's a pretty lowball estimate. But if you take those numbers at their word, that's 1.2 million person hours dedicated to this work. In this room, right? Think about what happens outside of this room. This is embodying the commitment to putting patients first. It's embodying the will to cultivate connection in a world that's getting, unfortunately, more fragmented, not less. And it's really turning this cross-sectional experience of being in this conference room today into continuity, into continuous connection, collaboration, and shared vision. So, so this talk gave me a reason to play with AI image generation. I just did one. I just have this one little thing up here in the top left corner, and friends, I'm jealous of you. I'm just straight up jealous of you, right? I said yesterday, I'm like, will you adopt me, please? Thank you for indulging me and letting me, kind of play with my little meme there. But I put this up because honestly, like as I was looking through all the assets and all of the resources and all of the accomplishments, this is like, we're gonna need a bigger slide, right? We're gonna need a bigger boat, right? In Jaws, anybody? No? Okay, so we're gonna need a bigger slide, a bigger collage to represent all of the amazing work that you're doing. I mean, I haven't even talked about the Learning Health Hub, which is like one of my favorite things on the planet, and along with all the other work that is happening throughout Canada and especially here. I mean, the BC support, the Health Research BC, like the more I've learned, and I've had my brain cracked wide open the last day and a half, it just, you have the skill and you have the will, and it's something to just, for me, it's to be honoring you, and like I said, being a little envious. So if you take nothing else away from today, just please remember how important these connections are. This is how shared vision is created. So I'd ask you all to take a deep breath in and a big collective exhale, and know that we are all tied by this unbreakable string. Happy 25th anniversary, Health Research BC. Congratulations on the impactful work you're doing. I am your biggest fan. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Just a reminder, if you want to add a question, the app is still open, and you can also upvote questions. Thank you so much. That was really inspiring and such a great kind of final keynote for the day. I'm going to go to the kind of first question on the...
I got questions. Thanks, you guys. Oh, good. Yeah. This used to be the part I hated. I used to hate public speaking because of the Q&A. Now I'm like, let's go. Okay, let's go.
So I love the framing of point of need versus point of care. How could learning health systems evolve to address this when most health data are drawn from health care?
Yeah, great question. Thank you to the person who asked it. For a long time, the parlance we used was actually learning health care system. And then there's been this kind of incremental fine-tuning of the words we use, and now we think about learning health, we think about learning health and health care. And whoever called the question is right. I mean, the data are largely, sort of stored in the systems, right? But I think unlocking that data, and this was one of the sessions that was that took place this morning, and this notion that there's all this interstitial information that's not collected by the health, by health systems, that the data that we need is far beyond what's in an EHR or what's in a clinical system, right? So I think as we talk about learning health systems, another paper that I published with Rob Reed talked about that tension between, whose data, whose priorities. So I think it's about, the short answer is it's about elevating the need to have health data just truly unlocked and have it be, as comprehensive as possible, because we know that the data are so much more than the encounter.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Before I go to the next question, just an important comment to share here. Canada has decided that we will adopt you.
My husband's at the table over there, and he's like, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, amazing session. You talked about LHS and learning communities. Can you tell more about the different scales of learning health systems, and how do learning communities fit in micro, meso, and macro levels?
It's like I planted somebody in the audience to ask that. Danielle, was that you? No? Okay. So it's again, it's another wonderful question. Learning can happen from an N of one level, of one person and one researcher or one clinician. You can learn in that dyad format. You can learn if you're just to kind of, if I get too jargony, just raise your hand and call me out. But if you're a clinician and you see 100 patients and 50 of them have diabetes, and you want to try to learn what you can do to care for the people with diabetes in your panel, you can learn at that scale of kind of the 100 person level. But you can also extrapolate that all the way up and learn from an entire population. Again, it does rely on having the right data. But learning communities are very scalable. My colleague Peter Margolis, who has done a lot of work for children with IBD and ulcerative colitis, is now studying and teaching about how to create systems at different scales through his newer position at Stanford. And he talks about the fact that the system, like how you define a system, can be very adaptable and very flexible and fluid to meet the needs. So it could be that the learning health system, like I said, is a clinician and a patient in an office, or it could be a health system CEO managing an entire region, or the Ministry of Health. That is, they are overseeing a learning health system at a very different scale.
Thank you. And I think we have time for just one more question. What's the best way to contextualize the relationship between quality improvement and research and evaluation in learning health system, in your opinion?
We don't have enough time for that one. I'm so sorry that's the last question. Let's see. What can I say quickly? Because I know we're over time. There is a lot of blurring that happens in this line between what is quality improvement and what is research. And the boundaries are really creating, I don't know how true this is in Canada. In the States, these create real boundaries to improvement because people don't want to go through research ethics for QI projects, right? So either they don't do them, which means great work goes to waste and knowledge is not generated, or they go through a ethics review board process, and it takes much longer, right, than is ideal. And so the need to have a different type of, and I don't have a perfect answer for this, the need to have a different type of apparatus that both ensures quality improvement happens and generalizable knowledge is created, because that's one of those kind of artifactual distinctions, like this notion of generalizable knowledge. QI generates generalizable knowledge. Sorry for repeating that word. But we don't have the right publishing mechanisms for it, we don't have the right review mechanisms for it, and we don't, frankly, in my view, have the right engagement mechanisms for it. So we've basically let these things happen in these two pipelines, or these two swim lanes. But what that's done is really kind of thwart some really great care improvement from happening. I think if it was up to me, if I had my magic wand, it would be all about, like, in service to care improvement. Let's build a mechanism that protects people from harm and protects them from having their data misused, but that still ensures that the best knowledge is generated as quickly as it possibly can and that it's shared. It's a little bit Pollyanna, I admit it, but talk me at the break and tell me give me something better. So.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to invite everybody to help me in thanking Sarah for her time today. And just a reminder that while the adoption papers are just in process, you're welcome to come and visit anytime.
So I better start to learn all the words to O Canada, not just the first few lines, right?
Yeah, that's okay. Most of us only know the first line.
Thank you, Ellie. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. So we're now drawing towards the end of the day, and I'd like to invite some friends and colleagues to the stage. So when I call your name and introduce you, please come up to the stage. Firstly, I'd like to invite Dr. Sterling Bryan, a longtime friend of the BC Support Unit and former principal investigator, as well as former chief scientific officer of Health Research BC. Please welcome Sterling. I'd also like to invite Sunny Liu, patient partner and Health Research BC board member, and Dr. Danielle Lavallee, our Chief Scientific Officer and Senior Vice President of Research and Innovation at Health Research BC. Up to the stage. Please welcome. So, Sterling has been a long-time champion for patient-oriented research, having been with the BC Support Unit since its inception in 2016. He is now the Interim Executive Director at Vancouver Coastal Health Research Institute and Associate Dean, Research, UBC, Faculty of Medicine. He decided before heading towards the latter stages of his career, he wanted the longest possible title that anybody could have, and now he's achieved that goal. We're so pleased to have you here, Sterling. I'm going to hand it over to you for some closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Ellie, and thank you everyone for staying right through to the end of the meeting. I think I have 30 minutes to just, I've got 3 minutes to make some final comments. So I want to just reflect to start with on a year ago today. I was standing here with my good friend and colleague, Lisa Ridgway, who we lost this year. She described me as her learned friend. And so I hope in my final comments that I'll do justice to Lisa's suggestion that I was in any way a learned friend. I want to just reflect very quickly on what I've heard today. The day started in such a fabulous way with Elder Delia and Elder Roberta. And Elder Roberta asked us to celebrate this beautiful conference day. And I think we've lived up to that, and we've had a beautiful conference day, and it certainly felt like a celebration. So thank you, Elder Delia and Elder Roberta, for your opening comments. I want to comment on Sherry suggesting that I look down on people. I've been reflecting on whether I have ever looked down on anybody. Physically, yes, but I hope that I do not do that. And I think it sort of says something about patient-oriented research, is that we don't look down on anybody in patient-oriented research. We actually lift people up and the voices of lived experience to be central. So I loved what Sherry said. Sherry said we, as in patient partners, bring our extraordinary lived experience, and that seems to fit perfectly. So thank you for that, Sherry. Antoine, I loved your admission of having a professional crush on Ghislaine, and I can understand exactly why that was the case. That was a remarkable story and a remarkable program of research and care delivery that you're embarking upon. So thank you for sharing that. And I've been reflecting on who my professional crush is or has been, and there have been several over my professional career. And if you want to know who those people are, then I'll share that afterwards with you individually. Okay. One of the things that I had experienced in the breakout groups was the pairing of patient partners and researchers, which was an amazing experience to have, and I think we should do much more of that. I heard from Danny, our patient partner working in the area of stroke and brain injury, a remarkable story, and thank you, Danny, for sharing your experience. And then we had Kim McGrail and Claire Bertrand, and Claire was very gave an amazing reflection on what we expect from patient partners. And one of the things that Claire indicated was the expectation around performance. And we're actually asking people to perform when they're actually doing patient-oriented research and bringing that lived experience. And I think we need to be careful. And I think it is like a constant sort of reminder to us of the importance of caring for and actually having realistic expectations that we place upon patient partners. So I really do thank you for your reflections, Claire. And then we had a remarkable session on AI and EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And Lovedeep Gondara presented. I was nervous going into that meeting, that session, because I know of the challenges with AI, but this was providing solutions. Putting patients first requires putting fairness first when we're talking about AI. And he gave examples where this was now clearly the case. So he was talking about AI designed for every patient, works better for every patient. And I think we need to really stay true to that and hold that and challenge people who are developing AI algorithms to reflect on that and to think about AI. And then we had our wonderful final plenary from Sarah, and there was just so much to hold on to, and I love the Nirvana reference, and I'll take that one with me as well. But learning communities can be the constant beacons in environments of evolution, uncertainty, and overwhelm. So we're creating those constant beacons. And so the challenge to us from Sarah was having patients first, learning health systems. And I encourage us all to really move that work forward. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Sterling. You are someone I do look up to. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real honor to be standing here today alongside Dr. Brian, Dr. Lavallee, not as a researcher or a clinician, but as a patient partner. When I first got involved with the BC Support Unit 9 years ago, I didn't imagine I would one day be giving closing remarks at putting patients first. I started small then. Honestly, I just needed a distraction from my illness. I attended workshops. I asked questions. I learned how research worked. Then I became a patient partner. I joined committees. I sat in planning meetings. I reviewed proposals and budgets. I chaired the Patient Council, and today I have the privilege of serving on the board of Michael Smith's Health Research BC. That journey didn't happen because I'm special. It happened because this community made space at the table for me, a patient. And that's what today has been about. In 2024, this conference focused on laying the foundation for a learning community, highlighting the learning health system. This year, we've gone deeper into what it means to be a learning community. For me, a learning system is about how knowledge moves. A learning community is about who moves it. And a learning community is strongest when the table is crowded with researchers, clinicians, policymakers, funders, Indigenous leaders, students, caregivers, and patients. People from different regions, cultures, identities, and experiences. Some of us have letters after our names. Some of us have hospital bracelets in our memories. What makes this powerful isn't just expertise, it's diversity. You gave us your time to be here today, in person and online, and that matters. Building a learning community takes intention. For patients, it takes courage. Every patient has their own path. Mine started with distraction and curiosity. Someone else's might begin with frustration, or hope, or necessity. Our stories are different, but our goal is shared. We want a health system that works better, and we believe in nothing about us without us. That isn't a slogan, it's a principle. Patient belongs in conversation about treatment, policies, research designs, and funding priorities from the beginning, not at the end, not as a checkbox, at the start. Today I saw people sitting beside each other, not across from each other. Researcher listening, patients questioning, leaders reflecting. That's what communities look like. As we leave today, my hope is that we don't just remember the presentations. I hope we remember the mindset. Stay curious, stay collaborative, keep widening the table, and most importantly, keep making space, not just for my voice, but for the many patient voices across this province who deserve to be heard. Because when we build a true learning community, we don't just improve health research, we improve health care, we improve health systems, we improve our lives. Thank you for letting me be a part of this community, and thank you for continuing the work of putting patients first. Now, I'd like to introduce Dr. Danielle Lavallee. Danielle is the Chief Scientific Officer and Senior Vice President, Research and Innovation at Michael Smith Health Research. She oversees the organization's research portfolio, including the patient support unit.
Thanks, Sunny. That's too much for the end of the day. What a day it's been. I just can't thank you all enough for the wonderful engagement and discussion that has happened throughout this room, and also want to thank wherever you are online for joining us throughout the day. And I look forward to watching the sessions that were occurring concurrently that I wasn't able to see. I want to thank our keynote speakers again, Antoine and Sarah, for such compelling and fantastic presentations. I also want to thank Monica and the BC Support Unit team, who've done a phenomenal job pulling this conference together. As we all know, these are no small feats, and so just a quick round of applause for all of the hard work. It's always great going after Sterling because he does a good job of summarizing the key points for the day. So I'm actually going to flip my direction a little bit and think about some of the comments actually that Monica made this morning when she was reflecting on all of the investments that have come into BC from the Canadian Institutes for Research, as well as the provincial government, the health authorities, the research institutes, the time and the expertise of the people in this room and beyond. It's really built a phenomenal capacity for patient-oriented research here in the province. And what I'd like to sum up by saying is hopefully to pay the highest compliment I could think, which is that Health Research BC is a stronger organization because the BC Support Unit is part of its whole. Yeah, that's right. In the time that we've been together as Health Research BC, the BC Support Unit has really helped us evolve how we work as a provincial agency focused on building talent, catalyzing solutions for the health research system, and mobilizing action on shared priorities. I have 3 examples. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to join the BC Network Environment for Indigenous Health Research and the knowledge translation gathering that they held. The BC NEAR has been a partner for our organization with the BC Support Unit's support. Sorry about the double supports there. The deepening of relationships that we've had has been phenomenal, not only in the relationships that we have in getting to know each other, but the way it's informed our ability to improve our equity and Indigenous cultural safety in the work that we lead and how we fund as a funding agency. So it's a phenomenal example of how we're continuing to grow stronger as an organization.
If you've been watching the reels, you might have noticed our funding announcement for advancing use of evidence in seniors' home and community care. These awards take a learning health systems approach and are a really exciting way of just even thinking about the funding mechanism. The first phase was about building research teams to put together the proposal. Oftentimes, we don't fund that part of the research process. You do it on the under parts of your desk and on the weekends and nights. But in this case, it was really making sure teams had that time to come together and formulate the project. Now those teams across the province will start figuring out how do we get this existing evidence into practice to narrow that gap of research production and use. Over the next little bit, we'll be learning alongside those teams to help them learn together about what are the shared challenges and what are the shared solutions that help us move faster together. At the same time, as an organization, we'll be learning how does this funding mechanism actually advance evidence into practice. So there will be a really cool opportunity to figure out how we continue this work moving forward. And finally, I'm going to close on mobilizing action on shared priorities. And again, if you've been watching the little carousel of slides, you'll have noticed that in a couple of weeks, we're going to be announcing a new funding opportunity that really is about putting patients first, bringing communities together, and bringing these relationships together to identify what are the wicked problems that we face, and what are the ways that we craft action to really address those challenges here in the province. So it's a really exciting opportunity that focuses on what we've done here today, build the relationships that are needed to move work forward. So while Putting Patients First 2026 is over, I hope to see many of you soon through 5 days in May, which if you haven't had an opportunity to join the 5 days in May, it's a phenomenal example of the research that's happening across the province. I've got some colleagues over here, 2 in black hats. Yep, that can share with you more about that. But throughout the presentations in May, you see highlights of patient-oriented research happening in the regions and across the province. So those are my closing remarks, but before I really walk off the stage, please do complete your surveys. As a recovering researcher myself, I love good data. It helps us inform how we can do better with the gatherings that we bring together, and want to hear your reflections on the content that you heard today. There's a QR code, or you can answer it through, what is it called, Ellie? WOVA? Yeah, the WOVA app. So please do take the time before you leave. I am now going to turn things over to Sada, I believe, and Michelle to close us off in a good way. But thank you again for all of your time and discussion this week.
Thanks, Danielle. And thank you to everyone for joining us here today. Dr. Elder Roberta had hoped to join us to close Putting Patients First today, but a community commitment has called her away. We are grateful to Dr. Elder Roberta for her support of Putting Patients First over the years and for starting our day today in the good way. Thank you all again for joining us at Putting Patients First 2026, and travel safely. Thank you.